Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. My name is João Gabriel de Araújo Oliveira. I will be opening this session. Our session is the ordinary session D, income distribution, structural change and economic complexity of the fourth Structuralist Development Macroeconomic Research Group International Workshop. Our chair will be the Emeritus Professor Joanildo Rodolfo Teixeira. Please, the floor is yours.
Let's start. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presence. It's great to be here. We have 4 papers, and the first one is the article, Tax Policies and the Trade-off between Output and the Share of Wages in National Income from the Contingent Perspective. The authors are Jorge Thomas Araújo, the World Bank and University of Brasilia, João Gabriel Araújo, the Brasilia Institute of Capital Market, and myself from the University of Brasilia. João Gabriel to present the paper. They have each paper must be presented at most in 20 minutes. And we have 5 minutes or so for discussion after.
Thank you, Professor. I will present my slides. Not changing the thank you very much. Sorry for the technical problems. Our paper, tax policy and the trade-off between output growth and share of waste national income from a Keynesian perspective, wrote by Jorge Thompson Araújo, myself, and Professor Joanildo Teixeira. A brief summary is our motivation, an analytical model, introducing Robsonian investment function, puzzles and conceptual problems, concluding remarks. Our motivation is that at first I would like to share something. We presented this paper at Rome, and our motivation is because Pazinetti in the last years he passed away, and we improved another version of this paper published by Professor Johnny Teixeira and also George Thompson about the Pazinetti dealing with the Ricardian equivalence. So Pazinetti's seminal work on Ricardian equivalence in 1989, the Cambridge response to Barro influential paper 1974, also expanded a large literature, including from research at the University of Brasilia, where fiscal policy took center stage. Dalzio, 1989, Denicolo Mateus, 1999, Araújo, 1992 and 1993, Araújo and Teixeira, 2010, and among others works. So we will explain how the tax, the profit tax, and also the workers' taxes will influence in the warrant growth rate, how they impact the warrant growth rate. So in this later standard Pazinetti research, that is our main focus attention in this paper, which is the Ricardian equivalence in 1989. So Pazinetti 1962 framework also provides a basis for other extensions related to macroeconomic policies, many of which by economists directly and indirectly linked to the Department of Economics at the University of Brasilia. We are showing that this department has an important group that expanded Pazinetti's 1962 research. Pazinetti's 1962 is a paper where he incorporated the class perspective into the original income distribution Caldorian model in a long run perspective. So Pazinetti said that if you are looking for an income distribution, you have to look to the agents. So you have to look to the capitalists and also to the workers, which is interesting because previously, Caldor was looking only for the income, profit, and wages. And now, Pazinetti demonstrates that we have to look to the class division and not to the income division. So some of the workers, including international trade, like Teixeira and Araújo 997, Teixeira 2009, D. Araújo Oliveira and Teixeira in 2020. Also, this model was expanded in a monetary perspective, Pali 997, Pali 2002, and among others, other extensions created by Pazinetti framework. So our paper deals with the original Caldorian approach considering government activities are equal, but not equal to Steedman 1972 work. Steedman was at least the first one to incorporate fiscal policy into the Pazinetti's framework. So he expanded Pazinetti's model, including profit taxes and also wage taxes into the model. So we are dealing with the same perspective, but in income division. Such an investigation demonstrates the effects of taxation on the warrant growth rate, which can benefit the capitalists by raising its profit share, harming the distribution of income, or smoothing the problem by using fiscal policy to reduce the difference between shares of income. So, as I said, we are interested to understand how the warrant growth rate behaves when we introduce profit taxes and also wage taxes into the model. These results came from implicit function generated from the macroeconomic equilibrium between investment and savings as follows these equations. This is our implicit function, our implicit growth function, our warranty growth rate. SP is the profit savings, TP is the profit taxes, SW is the wage savings, CW is the wage taxes, D is the profit share, A is a constant, and is a constant capital output ratio, and so on. This is our implicit function generated from the equilibrium between investment and saving, or the natural equilibrium. So from this equation, we have these two graphics. What these graphs are saying? These graphs are saying that if you have an increasing level of the profit, the profit tax, you will be you will have an higher level of the profit share, ZA. And if you decrease the profit taxes, you will also decrease the profit share at the same level. But if you consider a high level of the workers, the wage taxes, you will have a lower level of the income, the profit share, and if you have a lower level of the tax wages, you will have a higher level of the profit share, which is kind of strange because if you tax less the wages, you will increase the profit share in this case. These dynamics will work with a Hobsonian investment function, and it will shift the growth, the warranty growth rate in different size, and will create different perspective from the profit shares. So if to prove these dynamics, we had to approach the derivation into this first implicit function, and we can prove that the relation between the profit tax and also the profit shares are positive, so we can maintain this effective, and the relation between the wage tax and the profit share is negative, so we can maintain. The second derivative will prove that the concavity and also the convexity. These apparently paradoxical results, whereby a reduction in the profit share is accomplished through the lower profit taxation. Sorry, I had a mistake here. The wage share, sorry. On a correction. So if you approach this, has a straightforward economy intuition, and it follows the same lines of the well-known positive correlation between the equilibrium rate of profit and the profit tax rate, which appears in Pazinetian models with government activity, like in Steedman 972 and Araújo 992. Sorry for the mistake. So then we introduced the Robsonian investment function. It should be noted that the effective demand consideration have so far not been fully incorporated into the discussion, keeping the assumption of an exogenous level of capacity utilization. Let us now suppose that the potential growth rate depends positively on the rate of profits of the economy, AZ, in the Robsonian fashion, Robson 962. The S is on economic growth. So we have a GW, a warranty growth rate, depending on Z. And the first derivative is positive and the second one is negative. So A is a constant, as I said. The capital output ratio is constant in this kind of model, and the GW will depend only on Z. The equation above determines the dynamic of the next figure. As I said, both two graphics will interact, will determine by the level of the tax profit or tax wage, the level of the wage share, and by that, the level of the profit share. So, what happens? If you consider these first two, this GW4 and GW2 is not interesting because they are in a lower level and they are not quite stable. So, but in these cases, GW1, GW5, GW3, they are stable, and we have now an interpretation of what's happened if you consider the tax policies or the tax, the profit taxes or the wage taxes, what happened to the growth rate and also to the wage share. So if you consider this situation, the first situation, we will be crossing the natural growth rate and also the warranty growth rate will be equal. And by this case, we will have the equilibrium one. But if you consider to increase only the profit, only the tax profit, you will shift from equilibrium 1 to equilibrium 3, which demonstrates a lower level of wage shares. And in the case you increase again now the wage taxes, you will shift to the equilibrium 5 here, and it will be kind of the middle between both equilibriums. So we will be in a situation where the income is better distributed. So what is the puzzles here? The first puzzle is to complement the analysis, we should mention a point which looks somewhat puzzling and which just cannot be done concerning the Calder-Paznet formulation, where SW is less than SC or SW is bigger than 0. We also consider this kind of thing, but it is quietly that usually the first formulation of Paznet's theorem was considering SW equals to 0, so we had a problem. So if we consider different types of, say, wage savings, we will have another type of formulation. And important to stress that this paper focuses only the equilibrium relationship between endogenous variables. That is the warranty growth rate and the profit share. An obvious extensions not pursued in this paper is the endogenize the level of capacity utilization to introduce as an argument in the Robsonian investment function described in the previous section. Of course, we are dealing with a Caldorian perspective, and Calder wrote his 956 paper considering full capacity utilization, perfect competitive market, and so on. So we did not have at that time any consideration of a different level of capacity utilization, a level of capacity utilization less than 1. So we are not dealing with this kind of approach, but we could, or we can now expand our formulation, include this perspective in a more Kaleckian view. We did not did this at this paper, but we can do this in another paper, in another extension of our model. The natural extension of the analysis would be a Jetson assumption of the balanced budget, allowing the accumulation of public deficit, Paznet 989, Araújo 992. The model could be extended, incorporated the economy-related activities such as Teixeira and Araújo 997 and the Araújo Oliveira and Teixeira 2020, that which are expansions of the original framework of Paznet framework. So, in conclusion, building a Paznet seminar 989 paper on fiscal policy, this paper looks into the trade-off which manifests the relationship between the tax rates and the functional distribution of income, which is our main interest to analyze how these fiscal policies or these taxes will reflect on the warrant growth rate and also on the equilibrium between the warrant growth rate and natural growth rate, which was a puzzle in the late 40s. So it was a puzzle created by Harold Domer. So we confirmed that Pazinet's analysis also reached to an equilibrium between both growth rates, and this equilibrium will be considering if we will adjust this Hobsonian investment function. And finally, when the paradox drift is explicitly modeled, the same results obtained, although with an important caveat, this is a cost in terms of slow potential growth for the economy. However, if the warrant growth rate is sufficiently inelastic with respect to the profit share, the growth reduction cost may be a little economic significance, facing in eventual income redistribution program towards to wage earners under the assumption of that model. These are our contacts. Please to comment our paper, and I think Professor Janelli has something to say.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And is there any question or any suggestion? Not yet.
No?
Okay, so thank you very much again. And
Thank you.
for the other paper.
Yeah, thank you very much for
You have a
the
question?
session. Oh,
Please.
That these tax issues are not always addressed in our post-Keynesian and models. So it's very much welcome to have this discussion and this differentiation that
yeah.
so it would be interesting to see if
Thank you very much, Professor.
Any consideration?
No, his
Okay.
comment was really great
Okay.
for us. So,
Any other suggestion or
Or comment?
consideration?
thank you very much, Professor Gabriel.
So thank you very much. Well, we pass now for a few seconds. It's a paper title. Please. Okay. Well, the paper is the article, Economic Complexity and Environmental Sustainability, a case study about Goiás, Brazil, who is the Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Moura. I'm a PhD student at the University of Brasilia, and I am delivering this morning the presentation title as Economic Complexity and Environmental Sustainability, a case study on state of Goiás, Brazil, between the period 2010 to 2019. The presentation is divided into a brief introduction, the main components of the literature review, the methodology used, main results, some final remarks. So about introduction, the main line of argumentation of this paper is about the relations between economy and environment. This relation is not linear and stable, but it varies along the time. And the complexity, economic complexity is an important driver that causes these variations in this relation. So, and from these two major lines of argumentations, we investigated the level of economic complexity for the Goiás and from its exportations. Okay, so the objective of the paper is analyze the interaction between environmental sustainability and economic development in Goiás, the relationship between ecological structural change, economic complexity, and the productive profile of this state, and the potential impacts of the international regulations and climate change for the Goiás economy. I don't want to spend much time about the literature review, but just the main components. And this graphic is an illustration about how economy interacts with the environment. So the economic system is an open system, and it extracts natural resources, specifically material and energy for transforming into goods and services among the production function and consumption, and then at the end these natural resources went back to the environment as waste. And depending on the size or scale of the economy, this flow is higher or lower. So those equations represents the relation. Depending on the per capita income or the population size, we have a higher or lower scale of the economy, and depending on the composition of technologies of those processes illustrated here, at the end we have a higher or a lower level of environmental degradation. So the omega represents the technologies, and technology is responsible for the level of this flow. We can illustrate that relation by the Eco-Canadian cross. So in the occurrence of an increase of the level of economy combined with technology progress, dissociation between scale and environmental degradation can occur depending on the technology. Okay, so this point is important because given the uncertainty about the future generations, because we don't know the future preferences and other important aspects, the best way to to give up consumption in order to reduce the environmental degradation is to engage in research and development of environmentally friendly technologies. This change of technologies is only possible through the ecological structural change, and this structural change is only possible through investments in the adoption and improvement of technologies, creation of new business models, but it doesn't occur spontaneously because some market fails, uncertainties, risks involved in this activity. Because of that, we have a space for public policy in both sides of the economic system, so on the supply side and the demand side. This productive structure is composed of various networks that is responsible for generating the productive knowledge that is the major driver for creation, adoption of new technologies. And a measure of this productive knowledge embedded in the economic system is called economic complexity. Okay, and the main assumption of this measure is if certain goods require infrastructure, institutions, technologies, and other similar properties, they tend to be produced together, while the opposite situation is unlikely. And the set of all connections between products is called a product space. And the graph can illustrate this argument here. We have a list of bioeconomic products and their relation with other products and sectors in the economy. So the set of those productions, if the economy has networks between those elements, it's likely to creation of technologies. So the last component is the relation of all of that with international trade. So according to the traditional theory of economic development, the countries can be divided into peripheral and central countries because they have different productive structure and role in the international trade. Consequently, the economic development becomes harder to the countries with specialized structure of the economy, and they will have a different impact in the environment. So here, for illustrating the share of GDP from agriculture and the share of global emissions from food production. Okay, and we can see clearly a difference between central and peripheral countries in terms of structure, in terms of impact. And the international trade is regulated by the World Trade Organization. It aims to expand the production of trade while providing optimal use of natural resources. The rules of trade applied to the members of WTO is provided by the Article 20. It contains the legal basis for countries restrict trade based on environmental issues. As almost any environmental regulation, it has some subjective space for interpretations. But currently, the major interpretation is that a country that wants to impose barriers to import products from other countries in terms of environmental issues, the country needs a justification in terms of safety, sanitary or phytosanitary, that such products doesn't not offer for their population. And a practical case is, by the way, a Brazilian case when Brazil could impose a barrier to used tires from Europe based on dengue transmission, because used tires has a shorter life cycle, and then all of those tires will be accumulated in the environment, and consequently the probability of dengue transmissions will be higher, and Brazil won this case and could apply a barrier to this product. Otherwise, you can't create a barrier only because in your country you don't agree with some technology used in the production from the other country, except in that case. And today, the main examples of environmental issues in trade agreements are the environmental chapters of trade agreements, like the European Union's Trade and Sustainable Development chapters. They are established under the reaffirmation of natural international commitments like Paris Agreement, and protecting biodiversity and labor rights. Basically, the major international agreements and protocols at the United Nations and other agreements, they don't impose exactly new requirements, but try to reinforce the existing agreements. And the European Union TIBA regulation and the American LSA Act that aim to ban the trade of TIBA products from illegal origin. And operators of these production chains must adopt due diligence practice. That's it. If I am a trader in the United States, I have to declare the origin for American authorities, not a Brazilian trader, not a Brazilian trading providing that information, but an American trade that buy from a Brazilian trader. No. So the methodology is quickly. We used an index of concentration of partners, products of the Goiás exportations. Okay, and here we just need to pay attention of those values. If the index presents 0.15, we have a competitive market or not concentrated market, and above 0.25, we have a highly concentrated market. So Goiás is an important state for the Brazilian exportations. It occupies the 90th position, and in terms of GDP per capita, Goiás presented the 11th highest, and we clearly see composed by the GDP composition that we are talking about a state with agriculture sector very important, and with exportations increasing over time. According to the major trade partners, Goiás never presented an index below 0.3. So Goiás concentrates his partners, and on some years, the levels above 0.4. So Goiás has few partners, revealing risks for the exportations. The major partners are in Asia, in Europe, And over the time, we can see clearly the increase of importance of Asia, specifically China, okay, over time, and a decreasing of Europe, but Europe and Asia are the most important. About the kinds of products, we applied the same index for the classification by laws, who divided the production in terms of primaire, manufacturers, based primaire resources, low, medium, and high technology manufacturers, and others. Others is like art, for example. Whereas concentrated exports on primary products about 60 to 70%. And it reveals more risks because few products based on commodity for few partners. And we can see here the difference between concentration on these products. And when you apply the same index for the kinds of products, not the primary manufactured, but each product, we use the harmonized system level 2, and we found that the concentration is in terms of soybean, the chain of soybean. When we are talking about the impacts in the environment, the most emissions are related to agriculture, 62%, and land use change. Here, this behavior is similar to Brazil, okay, national level, but when we see the beginning of 2000s, the agriculture frontier were higher, was expanding on the state, and we can observe a peak of emissions here. Then after the frontier expansion, we see an increasing of emissions by agriculture sector. And according to projections by FAO, sorry, the trend of specialization in primary products should continue in Latin America, specifically Goiás, because it's an important state for agribusiness. Because the increasing of consumption of food, an increase of demand in the world, and despite the productivity gains obtained over the last decades, the expansion of commodity production is expected to lead a greater conversion of areas with native vegetation. Because of that, we have gains of productivity, but the demand is higher than those gains, so the expectation is expansion of frontier. And here, this graph is this forecast. So Latin American here with a significant expansion. So it's expected that global carbon emissions from agriculture will grow by 7.6% in aggregated level. Okay, but in this context, several studies have shown Brazil's increasing exposed to extreme events caused by climate change, like this year with the Rio Grande do Sul tragedy. So it reveals risks, climate risks, not only economics for the economy of Goiás. For tropical regions specialized in primary productions such as Goiás, the international community's major concerns related to the deforestation of areas with native vegetation. Recent regulation of European Union for deforestation-free products is an example. It symbolizes a next step beyond those chapters I presented. And for these European entities take place, this type of goods in the block must attest that the origin, product chains without deforestation. It's expected that other countries will follow this trend with similar legislation such as China. So the major point of the presentation, Goiás is an important country for the Brazilian economy today, but specialized in commodity production. Goiás has few partners, mainly China, and then Europe. It represents several kinds of risks, but mainly climate risks and economic risks represented by the increase of complexity of regulation in the international level, like those trade agreements. The main challenge, Goiás need to face this challenge, such deforestation and chemical substance by agriculture, the major sources of emissions, use of environmentally efficient technologies for that, but only increasing the complexity, economic complexity based on these chains, as I said, for example, biofuels and medicals, the pharmaceutical sector, other sectors, which the basis comes from the primary sector in general, okay, and expansion of economic diversification, sophistication for large commodity producers. Those are the references. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Daniel. Any question, any suggestion, please?
Good morning. Thank you so much for your presentation. I feel in the introduction, you talk about the technology, the importance of the technology. But I think Goiás has, you don't talk about how Goiás is have this progress in technology, for example, for agriculture that has more with the, in conjunction with the agriculture, for example. You know, I think it's feel me like it was lost in this part.
First, I agree with you that Goiás had a significant achievement in this term of being more efficient in the primary sector. And when I talked about technology, is a little broader sense. I mean, in terms of Goiás, for soybean, for example, has a high technological product system for soybean, for example. But there are some margins for improvements in terms of using of chemicals in the agriculture, regenerative agriculture, for example. But if we see beyond the production of soybean itself, we can see that there are other fronts for improvements from the primary sector. For example, silviculture, it's a good example. Goiás timber, in general terms, achieve several other sectors in the economy. So if you can add value in the silviculture production, you can improve other sectors with other technologies and capabilities. So in this sense, I am talking as a whole. So soybean had this, I could say, had this task in terms of productivity, but if Goiás wants to increase its economy, only expanding soybean production will imply in deforestation, and so we can talk that the way needed is achieving other capabilities.
Any other questions, suggestions, please? João Gabriel.
Congratulations, the paper is amazing. I would like very much to read. But I have a concern. One of the central discussions at D20 now is how we can guarantee that JG emissions will be net zero in the next 20 years. And I would like to know if you and your co-authors discussed something about this reduction, because even this is the not central focus of your paper, even this is the not central objective of your paper. We are now dealing with this discussion at the United Nations, and so on. And it is important to include this perspective into the paper, because raise some questions. How high technology is it a renewable energy use, renewable energy resources, or fossil energy resource? These kind of resources are pollution or not? So I would like to know if in the paper you discussed something about this.
Not exactly about the emissions, but the impact of international trade regulation in terms of environmental issues, and specifically that case of emissions, because it's an important issue for international community. But about the net zero, net zero is a net result of emissions balance. And if we look at the inventory of emissions for Goiás, we can see that agriculture is the major source first, followed by land use change and transport energy, specifically transportation. So with investments in public transportation and I forgot the name, transporte de carga, the transportation of products. There are some margin for improvements, regenerative agriculture and other systems, diverse systems. We can absorb more carbon than it emits, and other fronts. But at the end, the economy will still emitting carbon, but with other technologies and other strategies, Goiás can absorb carbon, or creating economic growth without an increase of emissions.
Yeah.
Only one comment. I asked for this because I am co-supervising an MSc dissertation at the University of Londrina, and we are working to incorporate this kind of carbon credits, and also the reduction of GHG emissions in a structural change in economic dynamics type of model based on Pazinet's vertical integration. And we are having some problems to have a good results that fiscal policy or any government policy could reduce this GHG emission. It's very interesting, but it's very hard to do. So if you have any results about that, it would be really helpful for me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah. We can talk later about that.
Sure.
It looks interesting. Thank you, everyone. Good presentation for the other people here.
Thank you, Daniel. So now the next paper is economic growth and CO2 emissions in Brazil and the state of Goiás. Okay. Mhm.
Individual audience, we are waiting for the other participants. They will be presenting their papers in a virtual presentation. Thank you.
Excuse me, it seems that you have some problems with the computer, something like this. So, this is really the end of this event. If you have any suggestion or any comment, please, it is most welcome. Otherwise, we finish this now.
Many thanks to everybody here, and we have a coffee break over there. Thanks.
So thank you very much again.
No?
Very nice word to say. What do you-
No?
Okay.
Is it not?
Yeah, well, they have the two institutions. Yeah, everything
It's
you
not
know,
efficient.
when that's really cool.
The name of the roses.
No, that's good.
Oh,
The name of the rose. It's like
Yeah.
this,
Oh.
you know, the big tables, the things like this. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Attitude, you know.
Bom dia. Good morning to everyone. We can start the pleasure to introduce Bruno Cruz, that is a researcher at the IPEA, Institution for Applied Economics. Local institution in Brazil and take a PhD in USL in Belgium.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Something about the local economy, about the federal district you have here. I will give you some context about the city. Then I will talk about some data. I joined some previous work. I was in a local institution. Bring together some work I have done before. Debate. So for those who are here in Brasilia and are foreign, from Simone de Beauvoir, and it was her first impression about the city. And quotation, she says, "This is the most wild creation the human brain has ever conceived." In this case, was the president at the time, and notable architects followed him, and some of them managed to have this first rate creation of palaces, unusual and harmonious. But it's a kind of madness to have such an institution in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere. That was the first impression she had of it. Famous sometimes have this impression about the city. So I got here some pictures about what was this. Why the city was built, no? And, the plan was called the Planet Map. Ambitious goal that to have the industrialization and to build infrastructure in Brazil. And the synthesis of the development plan was Brasilia. Brasilia was the synthesis and the huge network. Years in 5. Somehow, the development plan was a kind of a mission-oriented the plan much before it was a hype. It mobilized a lot of modernize the country. This is what was nowhere in the desert that Simone de Beauvoir was talking about. For the city, and here it's what's looked like the crazy guy. The plan of the city. And there you have this cross, which is the crossing of the city. Afterwards, Lúcio Costa came to Brasilia, and he didn't. Okay, Okay, now it's better. Okay, now you can listen. Yeah, okay, thank you. And he was invited to come to Brasilia again in '85 to have some impressions, what the city became. And he wrote a very famous report called Brasilia Revisited, no, Brasilia. And there's this famous quotation about he wrote. He said, in fact, the dream was smaller than the reality. The reality was much greater than what I planned to build the city. I'm proud to have built the city. So this is what Lúcio Costa talked about. And then I brought here some pictures of what really look. So that scratch is now this stuff. And I have this nice picture from this young architect. If you want to look, she followed Joana França. If you want to go to social network, she has wonderful pictures about Brazil. So this is this bus station where you have a station of people, around 700,000 people cross there every day, commuting to work and going back. A lot of concentration in the center of the city. Look like the city now. And this is the last quotation I'll have here, and then we get some. But this is a famous quotation of Oscar Niemeyer, who said, if you come here to Brasilia, you are not indifferent. You may like or dislike the city, but so it's about this city that we're going to talk on the economic side. Okay, for those who are they don't. About the context the city around our DC, and we are surrounded by some states here in the middle. Can call a very successful regional policy. Energy matters brought for this region, and with some public institutions able to crop in this high soil we have here. I have some figures about population in the last century. That have almost 3 million persons. All states, those Mato Grosso, 7 million. And we have a lot of cities here around Brasilia, the metropolitan area of Brasilia, that are in the state of Goiás, which makes very complicated interaction and governance about the metropolitan area. We have, in fact, an economic metropolitan area, but politically a very complex design of public services. So I told you about this economic success of the states of the region of this Middle West. And here I have some data on GDP. The share of GDP of those states without federal district, without Brasilia, and was in those states. the engine of this increasing share is due to those states around. Brasilia has more or less 3% of the Brazilian GDP. And if we look at the GDP per capita of those states, here at this dotted line here, the ratio of each state. Mato Grosso and Mato Grosso do Sul continue. Goiás stopped here at more or less. Difference on the path of these three states is due to also the periphery of Brasilia, because we have this very poor Goiás. We expect, so we have a huge inequality. Goiás from the south and the north of Goiás. So this is the context around Brasilia. And then let's look at Brasilia. Apologize for some Portuguese slides here. But we have a very interesting data from Brasilia. This is a city where the GDP per capita is 2.5 times the Brazilian. Very good urban infrastructure, sanitation, presence, a strong presence of the IT. Well, we have this also. 25 years or more. So it's a high educated population. The first picture we have from the city. But also we have inside the city a very huge inequality. When we look at the distribution, like the lowest neighborhood. And the distribution, if we can distribute it, 500 live in the high income. That's 600,000. The middle low. other figure, other figures, how remarkable is the difference inside the city. So here is the proportion of Black population among the agglomeration of neighborhood. So here, average of the F is very different. High income will have just 1/3 of and when you look at the private, male and female, female is the blue. Very interesting because we don't have a lot of what changed a lot is that female psychology and stuff like this. An unequal city, but also Santa Luzia, what's I had some. Look inside the city, I guess. Level of misery index. Macroeconomic condition that we haven't seen since 2000. See the population so happy. Relatively low to Brazilian terms. It's different, each kind of had a very famous economist. That the center doesn't have an impact in national. Okay. Bom, it's very complex as I told, because mixed with cities with very high. Live in the outside of the village. I have done some simulation. Back to growth and inequality. Have a productivity shock. Things as usual. Everything well.
Thank you to Bruno Cruz. And questions, comments? a picture of the remember a sentence that is true for you. For the quality of life is not relevant. Italy, surely, but I think also for Brazil. And according to your analysis. State like Italy. No, because, sorry, because in Italy there is not so much between city and country.
Well, if you look just to our small. Oh, but the population is very narrow. When you look at the rural and urban differences here, to the west, and here. You have this very high productivity. The Middle West here. So, middle-sized cities. But if you go to tours, then we are going to see we have a lot of problems of climate shock, high shock and drought, and weather, and
you, please, you have a question. You have microphone.
Professor, thank you so much. I live in Brasilia, and a lot of what you think, what you talk about, I didn't know. Was very. You talk about you throw a picture about Sol Nascente lá do Sul. Do you think that the education and all the differences, for example, environmental and other things, are because these areas who have lower, have a lot of poverty, it's because they're going for the legal occupation or just for example, in education, people go there and have no schools, have no water and other things. It's just because of the illegal occupation, or you think the government don't look at these areas like that?
This is another issue, very complex here in Brazil. The land use here is very complex. You know? We have a lot of public space because it was built from nothing, and most of the land was supposed to be public. And then we have this illegal occupation of some areas. All the kind of problem with invasion and illegal settlement. But it's true that Zona Centro is a place where we have a lot of illegal also settlements. And we have one problem, because the government is forbidden to build, for example, schools. And in our Itapuã, that I have showed you, have buses that you pick up the kids. They travel to go to Cruzeiro. Government wanted to build some places there, but they were not allowed because it was not a legal settlement. It was, they had problems with the titles. So we have this confusion also with land use. But yes, I think we must have some public, the offer of public service must increase. We have a huge problem, for instance, here also for primary care. We don't have the coverage of primary care here in Brazil is very low, even comparing to other states. So women that have kids, they cannot go to work or leave the kids with very informal settlements and arrangements with other mothers. And this is a huge problem inside this rich area. So it's true, we have a lot to improve in public service in order to reduce inequality. I had a slide on this, but I didn't have time to talk about. But this is an important point. We must improve the offer of public service.
Thank you so much. I don't know if there are some. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Let us start the final lecture of this fourth international workshop of the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group. It is my pleasure to have here today with us my friend and my co-author of many papers, Professor Giulio Guarini. Professor Giulio Guarini is full professor at the University of Tuscia in Italy. He is also professor of the graduate program of the La Sapienza University of Rome. And he is one of the greatest post-Keynesian specialists in ecological economics. So, Professor Giulio Guarini, the floor is yours.
Bon dia. Morning to everyone. Thank you so much for time that I was here. Very like to stay here and to share with my friends, but with the other colleagues, proposals, not only theoretical but also political proposals. It's a very important time, no? Because times the academic life is quite stressing. Only to think. Our job. In this presentation, and sustainability. Topics, because I published some articles in these two topics. The third is a sort of work in progress. But I think first is about international competitiveness and environmental research networks. The second is international competitiveness and the environmental policy stringency. At the end, environmental sustainability. Start with the first. Impact on environmental research networks on about a sample of a European study, conceptual framework, result, and some conclusion, policy implication. The main idea that exists important research programs focused on the environmental sustainability. Networks, these programs are based on create and promote networks. Networks, and then we want to study the impact of this network on networks are composed of different kind of agents, and this is the aspect. Members are public research centers. How this interaction can help the environmental performance, and also whether there are disparities between framework within we study this impact. And the framework is the technological gap model. Research program as a proxy for eco-open innovation. Start then with this kind of all of the evolutionary very well with the post-Keynesian economics, because we know that the balance of payment ratio is mainly by technology in lato sense. That this kind of model present some variables focus mainly of this. Are important studies about this. Focus on the advantage of a country comes from its relative technological position. Obviously, the trade flows are primarily driven by technological asymmetry, countries, sectors, and firms. That there are many studies at the sector level. Consider the bargain, this bargain with the technology. And this approach was of many empirical contributions. At the other side, complex than standard innovation, that scale external knowledge and how it's possible to receive external knowledge by different channels, but the main idea is the action between other agents, and this kind of ecological decision requires diversified knowledge that can be produced by inter-organizational. And environmental innovative firms cooperate on innovation partners to a greater extent than other innovation firms. This is the point. Firms that want to convert in sustainability start a new way to produce. And this way entail to open not only with other firms, but also with other kind of agents, like hide knowledge, but because of course hide knowledge offer experience management and kind of type of knowledge can help the export model, where domestic absorptive capacity enables country to transform generated by international research cooperation into improvement and complementarities among participants network. Then we want to present the empirical methodology. This is the country and the average of the European country every year. Export back to the total export in Europe. Case consider not all export but environmental export. Variable and then the dependent variable are the first component. Technological gap model. Then the ULC is the cost expressed by the ratio of total labor per hour work. Investment per employees. Population to take into consideration the dimension of the country, the exchange, and the technology variable is generally the patent. In this case, patent intensity, the patent focused on green. Then net is the number of the total number of members of green research networks promoted by dummy and the dummy between countries that are part of the European Union. Quite relevant because obviously institutional framework. Visible generalized least square estimator allows us to consider the possible heteroscedasticity and serial correlation in the error term because we have country and 11, 12 years. And the countries are European countries, country external to the Union, like United Kingdom. Private to 20 problem when you want to study correct or very interesting variables. That is a very general that researchers case environmental export is a very variable, but it costs a lot. That in this case, OECD create this variable only until another kind of variable in Eurostat, but that obviously when you want to study this kind of topic, environmental sustainability, very important data constraint, like in this case. But obviously we want to obtain from this empirical analysis some results useful for policy implication that environmentally related programs are the research program with data and concern energy, transport, and they are strongly related to the environmental goal. Stress the importance of technological development in achieving environmental goals. This is the orientation at this kind of program are current with the general framework of technological development. Number of this kind of project. Agents that participate in all three types of agents. Otherwise, it's not possible to present a proposal. Project, firm, public research center, and university. Change, and you, as you can see. This table that presents the number of green projects in all countries, and obviously what means environmental export. Kind of sector or category. Department very different. You can consider concerning on technology and on the other side. Are the main results of this variable that we want to analyze in depth. First, networks, the green networks are positive influence on information. Action between the network patent. This is what means. Patent that this means that this kind of projects are effective. Program for the coherence of the political goals, but also this interaction. This result. Column and the fourth column represent the median. Are presence, which is the role of these types of sector. Business, columns all there, and also they interact positive result in the our own contribute to the project, and is interesting parity between sectors. Not complementarity between there is a complementarity between university and firms. Analysis what? The eco open innovation, translate that this kind of process with the balance of payment of account. Or a joint impact of firms, universities. There are some important complementarities. Government should support international cooperation activities. Cultural, obviously. Agent to move action system to the level, because kind of have networks with the three agents, but also obviously because it's the European Union that finance. Another constraint is that the agent should be from different countries. No, I underline that. Program financed by Europe only. Italian university had to stay in this kind of project. For Portugal and so on, that we have different level of interaction between of agents and different countries. Okay, that perspective that could be interesting. Generate what we study. That probably the collaboration. Italian university create And you know, this is a European Union. That this is the first, and the second, promote international cooperation for potential new project. Not very practical result, but is important. Red in this kind, in this. And the second. Like the other contribution. Topic here, title is the impact of environmental regulation. How this kind of framework. One of main perspective, one is subject to hypothesis say that the polluting analysis with many. Other part of this. Sentence is that that contribute to improve kind of innovation is a new source. Where there is an entrepreneur that potential external reality for him is cheap way to comply. After hypothesis is a dynamic and pair clean technology and both want to reduce act, but you don't enter in the process. Only at the end to try to novelties that you introduce within. Obviously, this second are also in this case two versions of this kind of process. What is weak, strong, and policies can environmental regulation hypothesis, the narrow hypothesis. Policy instrument. market-based and the other non-market. That market-based tools lead cost or standard is met, non-market-based tools are unable to provide incentives to develop. Product and process innovation will lead to idea are many empirical results. You present this kind of proposal, but by underlying the fact that they underline the fact that the Tardi and Galati test to study, not for the hypothesis. added or in other cases. Some others say that country with higher pollution intensity cost and benefit. High level of pollution intensity means cost very high, but potential very high benefit because market see the novelties and then it could be interesting. Brand. The other side, you can say that but flexible means market is a standard, only standard to obtain improvement. From innovation to be the other aspect of this kind of framework are the moderating effect obstacle the policies. In this case, high pollution intensity means high innovation because you have to change totally, but you have high compliance costs at the beginning. And low pollution intensity. But you also have low compliance costs. Here we use a system of direct and indirect effect. I arrive to present the economic. The equation is the technological gap model. Cost, investment. The dependent variable is export share. Patents, because it's technological gap. Technological gap that every variable after you have what we say before about ends of the Environmental Policy Stringency Index. Composite indicator. Mention, the second pillar is non-market. The variables, I present the variables, I only find the fact that the policy this kind of index change problems, but this is the only. And the period. Eight. It's quite coherent because we are part of the. Okay, we can. Cost, because you know about the Caldor paradox, in the sense that represent cost, but also can represent a sort of capital that direct channel. Pollution intensity have a negative of the interaction, means density is a positive moderator of the policy impact. Can have more benefit from the green policies. Benefit means on market. And probably this is currently the idea that standard green brand of the country. Market. Where pattern, in this case, determinant. Policy, innovation. React the international market. Other kind of moderator. What this means, there are costs. Of the environment. Policies, but also with trade. Without the technological transfer, without operation is very useful. No, sorry, it's very useful. Target around the world, the first we can. about policies, because this is but I think if we allow article and probably I have to finish time. Sorry? Policies for international. Agave, no? Up for the country that case why? Because we know that and contribution that underline the role of positive effect on export diversification. Export diversification. No, breast productive sophistication. We have used with the logical sophistication, but to say to represent out a structural change. Then ecological structural change will be environment of the here is only a work in progress, I repeat, but on export share variable are the this model of technological model, and here development index. One indicate higher human development, high values above one. The first results are variable of the technology model. Five years for the represent a sort of women empowerment. Long presentation. Thank you so much.
Well, very interesting presentation, Professor Giulio Guarini. Before opening for the public to make the questions that they want, we still have time. I want to make some comments and considerations regarding the Porter hypothesis. The Porter hypothesis basically assumes that the country had a reasonable manufacturing industry that is capable to understand the opportunities that the climate change open for their business. You know, they can see, some of them at least, that if they adopt more environmental friendly techniques, they can increase their exports, their market share in international markets, the non-price competitiveness. But what happens if there is no industry? That is what precisely the issue of premature industrialization is important. Take a country as Brazil. We had a long process of premature industrialization since more or less 2005. But, well, it's the second wave of the industrialization. The first wave was on the middle 80s to the end of 90s. But the fact is that Brazil is probably the country in the world that had the most deep industrialization. So we do not have, except from a few isolated cases, as for instance, Embraer or Petrobras or WEG at Santa Catarina, which is a great manufacturer of capital goods that is capable to export to international markets. Basically, the industry that left over in Brazil is low-tech and medium-tech technology that really does not care about or can see the benefits that they can have if they adopt more environmental friendly techniques, okay? And the premature industrialization in Brazil, as you know,
one of the causes is Dutch disease. Since the middle of the 90s, the agribusiness, agriculture plus grazing in Brazil had increased a lot its and grazing, also soybeans production is intensive in use of land. They need land. They had very higher labor productivity to expand. And in order for grazing and soybeans production to expand, these activities are going directly to the Amazon forest. And then we had, I think that Danielle can also have some comments about that. We have a dual system. In order to occupy the land in the Amazon forest, which is basically state-owned land, we had illegal occupation. Illegal occupation is made from for people who cannot be considered precisely entrepreneurs, but bandits. You know, so this illegal occupation devastated the forest, converted the forest into grazing, and after some years, they legalized the land, have the legal property of the land, and then they sold the land for soybeans production. Then the producers of soybean, they are, you know, very clean, beautiful, and entrepreneurs, and they say, well, I do not did anything. I just bought the land and I'm using the land to produce soybeans. But so you have this dual system in which unlawful practice are combined with lawful practice. They are the two sides of the same coin. And because of that, the deforestation of Amazon forest are in. We are trying now in this government to reduce at least the illegal deforestation of the Amazon forest. But the fact is that grazing and soybean production is a very profitable economic activity. So for those people, they are given, well, I use a very polite expression, but they are given a shit to climate change, to then simply wants to get more money they can with the more fast they can. So if you do not combine strategy to deal with climate change with a strategy of reindustrialize the economy, I think that it will be impossible for countries as Brazil to solve this problem. So the hypothesis for me is not valid for Brazil. We are more for us, more the pollution heaven. You know, our entrepreneurs do not care about the climate change. Of course, there are some exceptions. You know, maybe the financial sector really cares about the make by financing more environmental friendly techniques, but there is a large share of entrepreneurs on the agriculture and grazing that for them this is simply a nonsense question. That's my comment. But now we can open for questions of the audience.
About your comment? Oh no, before.
Okay, now, Giulio, you will make a comment on my comment.
It's an infinitive process. No, it's very interesting what you say. Indeed, I say that it would be interesting to consider international analysis, not only with the Europe. Indeed, but you know that the Porter hypothesis is not a sort of logical or closed model, but for me is an open framework that you can insert some specific instrument. Those positive impact in the sense that the pollution haven't said never green policies be positive for industry, but that always green policies will be positive for business. Not the extreme, the opposite extreme. It means industrial policies instrument, green taxes without green subsidies, or also campaign for civil society, campaign political demand. Not that there is a role for demand, not only sense, but also social political sense.
Questions?
I talking to what Professor
Just
said.
present yourself, please.
My name is Leticia. Hi.
Hi.
I'm studying. For the professor says about the Brazilian review, in Brazil, the agro is growing in the parliament, and you show us a very beautiful view of the market. But what about the stakeholders? They are now just looking for profits, and how this micro can show them, some kind of things that they can hold on, because I think the stakeholders are just sleeping right now. I don't know what about, but I don't know if have some connection, but that's the question.
Thank you for your comment. And I think there is not, the results are not optimistic or pessimistic. Only the fact that if you take together and say that it's not possible a policy strategy without the participation, direct participation of firms. Since network means interaction, means also bargaining power between agents. But the idea is, if we consider a sort of green push, no? Green big push, no? Is not only, is also in terms of political aspect. Involvement of firms in different way is relevant, necessary. Role, for instance, also in Europe, to participate to the political debate. Some standard inside the university dialogue with the firms. In this sense, no? Then you can impression to offer a sort of new relative advantage for firms that are able or that are available to take part of this change and divide the enemy. I know it's very interesting for me to stay here. Of course, there is not only one solution.
Adomir.
I what right in your results. You didn't find positive effects of the markets, just or no market effects related to the carbon market. Or did you study what was the effect of carbon market? If there was some effect of carbon market on the capacity of research, or you didn't find it, or you didn't look at it?
But the results say that in the direct effect, non-market are more effective. Direct in the sense that probably in the process to question for future research to distinguish between market instrument.
Yeah. Julia.
Yeah, Julia from Mexico. Well, I have so many questions and ideas, but I'm gonna try to focus into big ideas. The first one, I was thinking about service sector in order to, to complement Professor Orido intervention, because there's so many studies about to explain the industry and service sector. And I was thinking about this servitization, that when you have this big industry and then you can increase the demand of business services and this circle. What about this service sector in one hand, but the other one, not only speaking of Brazil, but also Mexico. Yesterday, Professor Porcili was actually talking about the automotive factories. And I mean, I know that you highlight that there's a future line for you to apply maybe Latin America or developing economies. But I feel that if you go to Mexico, of course, focus, you are gonna find this maquila, that it's really huge. It's big in Mexico, and maybe this relationship could be, find this lack. I don't know if this is a question or a suggestion for you. Could be interesting to see Mexico's case.
Point in this analysis, there are not the sector analysis. In general, services, this kind of literature, underline the fact that when you have ecological conversion also in the industrial sector, services, but also services, professional services, that already about sustainability. That or within the
More questions? Well, I have another. Well, as you know, since you are an European citizen, we had last Sunday the elections for the European Union Parliament, in which, in some countries like France and Germany, the extreme right had a very good performance. Some people that analyze the situation said that one of the reasons for the growth of the extreme right in these countries is that the climate policies of the European Union are non-reasonable. For farmers, for instance, and these policies are increasing the living cost for the middle class, and the poor class, and this causing the revolt of people. People get tired because they're becoming, and they see in the environmental policies of the European Union as the enemy. Farmers say that they cannot compete with other farmers located in Africa or Latin America because those competitors are not obliged to have the same environmental regulations as in Europe. And also there is the question, I was talking to Jesus Ferreiro last week precisely about that, and he told me that, well, I believe that is in 2032, 2035, that no gas-fuel car will be produced in Europe. And the taxes over cars with still use fossil fuels are increasing, and the problem is that electrical cars are basically a toy for the rich or imported. So also the automobile industry of Europe is being very harmed by such kind of policies. So I want to listen your opinion about that.
Thank you for to come back to Europe. That in this moment, a very particular moment. General idea is that the policies, like green policies, fails when they become are converted in bureaucracy. You know that in Europe, policies are at the target. Capacity building. that this means that regional policies action at the local level between target come from a product, and you have also the Italian multinational Ferrari
Yes.
that buy the nuts. Bargain power that in developing countries. Problem is that the local producers are not interested in biological production. Why? Because in this case, culture sector, industrial sector. The other point is about industrial sector. Thousand years. By solar panels. Have to build a green.
I think that based on your answer and other stuff that I read, the question of how to deal with the climate change is very similar to the problem of development that Latin American countries and new countries after independence from France and England had in the 50s and 60s. They have to develop. To develop means industrialization. And how to industrialize? Well, we had what said the classical theory of development. Well, you need a tariff for imports. You need directed credit for local entrepreneurs to invest. You also have planning of industrial investment. So government needs to coordinate investments, so on and so forth. So for me, what is happening now in Europe is not that the European project is wrong, but you are trying to make, well, someday the United States of Europe, but with the wrong instruments, which is basically fiscalism. You know, what you tell about the solar panels in Italy is precisely that. Come on, it is an infant industry. If it is an infant industry, you have to use the challenge of the climate change in order to develop your own skills to produce solar panels. It's, for me, it's basics, you know, not import from China. It's not so important the price that you pay, because in dynamic terms, since you have increasing returns, with the growing of market for solar panels, the unit cost of production will fall down, and in the medium term, the Italian industry of solar panels will be competitive. So it's, you have, well, to deal with that, you must have a policy of buy Italy. You know, the government will give loans at subsidized interest for buying solar made in Italy. Well, some people can tell, but this is not in accordance with the rules of the World Trade Organization. But the rules of the World Trade Organization recognizes that in situations as climate change, so on and so forth, you can do that kind of policy. So it's basically ideological. It's, you know, globalization, we have to buy with the most efficient producer, does not matter if it is on domestic market or is in China. Okay, and the second point, which for me is important, is the idea of fiscalism. The rules of the so-called Stabilization and Growth Pact that made the the euro area and the European Union possible is very restrictive in terms of what national states can do in terms of their fiscal policy, mainly investment. So in this time of climate change, well, we had the 2008 financial crisis, but 2 years after that, each country in Europe come back to the rules of the Maastricht Treaty, and because of that, we had the euro crisis that almost destroyed the euro, and thanks to Italian Mario Draghi, that saved the day with his famous statement that the European Central Bank will do whatever it takes to preserve the euro, and believe me, it will be enough. Okay, so but now we had well, last decade was clear for everyone that the climate change will require a lot of investment, mainly public investment, in order to be made. And we had the pandemic of 2019, the Ukraine war, and now the challenge of China. What happens to the world in the 2000, in the beginning of the 2000, I think that Adomir has the data. In the beginning of the 2000 decade, the GDP of the G7 was higher in purchasing power parity than the GDP of the BRICS. Now, the GDP of the BRICS in purchasing power parity is higher than the GDP of the G7. So you have, in just 20 years, you have a tremendous change in the economic competitiveness of the world, where in power, economic power, and also political power. That's why we are now in a very unstable era, because one lesson that we can see from history is that all times of transition of power from one empire to another are very unstable and mainly violent eras. This happens when the fall of the Western Roman Empire. This occurs on the transition from the Spanish Empire to the... And then in the century 20, when Britain has become its economic decadence, Germany tried to be the first in the world, and then we have 2 world wars, and then the United States became the great economic power over the world. Now we are in a transition from United States and its Western European allies to China and Asia, and that's it. It's my comment.
I don't know if there are some other questions. By the sort of a green list. And the world is not Europe. Personal. Public debt and bad public debt. What do you, how you use this kind of money? Probably green bonds or some other green money instrument.
Okay, people, do any other remaining question? We have 1 minute. Starting from now. Well, many thanks for your attention. This section is now closed. The organization invite you to have lunch at Dona Lenha, here on the north wing. Invite means that you can join us, but everyone pays for itself, okay? But is at Dona Lenha, And there is the final section at 4 o'clock. Okay, so see you at 4.
Thank you. Prima mangiare.
Prima mangiare e dopo filosofare. Dois. 02. 02. Vou 02. Carro, né? Ah, você está de carro, filho? Tá, então organiza aí para o pessoal.
By, sorry.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let us start the final section, thanks. The final section of the fourth international workshop of the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group. On this last section, the idea is to discuss some conclusions that we reached on this workshop, but the main idea is to elaborate a document that we can call the Letter of Brasilia, signed by every speaker of this workshop, with policy recommendations for the Brazilian government. Okay, that's the basic idea, right? So here we can start. So with Fabrício Mício, I think that he had some criticisms and suggestions about Brazilian new industrial policy. Fabrício, the floor is yours.
Thank you, José Luis Oreiro. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And congratulations for this seminar. I have just some critiques and suggestions about the new political industry in the Brazil. So, my final considerations are straightforward. Over the past 3 days, we have discussed the need for reindustrialization of the Brazilian economy. This makes me think about the current industrial policy. Despite the design of the new industrial policy, published in January of this year, presenting that fancy document published by the government, which theoretically points in the right direction, in my opinion, the current industrial policy in Brazil is a complete mess. I will repeat this. It is a complete mess. It is symptomatic that the document states that the NIB was developed through extensive dialogue within the working groups of the National Council of Industrial Development, and that is the council responsibility to coordinate the main actions, such as coordinating a set of measures to improve the performance of the Brazilian industrial sector, identify opportunities, and evaluating the performance of the adopted measures in order to expand them. Okay, but I have a question about this. A lot of the questions. My concern about this are the industrial policy for a larger country must be considered in the regional terms. This is not clear in the current program, and therefore you can expect regional inequalities to worsen. The policy must clearly identify the involved stakeholders and their responsibilities. In this sense, many important aspects remain unclear in that document. So here's my question. How will the Council coordinate the actions? Is there operational capacity for this? Who will monitor the policy and who tools will be used? Who will this process be managed? What is the government structure? What are the intermediate goals and the tools used? When will the objectives and goals be revised? When does the program start? And how much has already been spent? Remember, this plan was launched in January of this year. In short, my final considerations are, we need to start with the basis. So I have two suggestions, and I expect this is in the letter, the final letter of this seminar. My suggestion is create a board program of improve in the energy sector, eliminate the energy bill for the poor population and reduce costs for the companies, and prioritize the transportation sector, especially urban and freight transportation. So innovation is necessary to reduce cost, traffic congestion, and pollution caused by these sectors. This is my suggestion, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Many thanks, Fabrizio. Who wants now to talk? Okay, no, Gabriel. No, it's better to on the pulpit.
Okay. Well, first, thank you very much to Jose Luis for the organizing this seminar. It was not only an opportunity to see very good old friends, but also an opportunity to discuss very important issues. I would say that we have a legacy from globalization, from the neoliberal period, which are high levels of inequality and threats to democracy in many countries. I think this is the main danger that we face in the social and political fronts. Inequality and a disbelief in the capacity of democracy to respond to the problems of people. And we also have the environmental problem, which is not just the result of neoliberalism, but since the Club of Rome, we know that this is a critical discussion that we need to have associated with the limits to growth. But this is another, the main threat that we face in terms of the survival of humanity on the earth. So the answers, the responses to these two threats, the social and political from one hand, and the environmental and natural world on the other, somehow we know, this is a point that I made when I made my presentation, somehow we know the direction and we have a pretty good idea of where to invest the resources we need, what is necessary to be done to eventually overcome or reduce the impact of these problems. What we have in hands and we could not work out is a terrible political economy problem in which power and interests are interrelated, are connected in such a way that move in the right direction is becoming more difficult. The UN defined the Sustainable Development Goals, and this is a kind of normative and aspiration that we are not being able to honor. So I will just mention two points about what things I think are important. One is the just transition. We need to move towards a more sustainable economy, but this move needs to be just, needs to be inclusive, and also internationally, it is necessary that the countries that have done have had the worst impact on the environment carry a higher weight of the cost of this transition. Robert Keohane and political scientists suggested that we should recreate multilateralism, not in the way of the multilateralism of the 90s, but in a different way. He called it democracy enhancing multilateralism. And Danny Roderick has spoken about democracy enhancing global governance. So we need this discussion. We have to redefine somehow the rules of the game to give more space for development policies. And the last point is a point that Nicholas Stern has insisted upon, is that the theoretical instruments and the tools of analysis that neoclassical economics provide are not those we need for tackling these problems. So we need new theoretical approach, new kind of models, and more in particular, we need to think of environmental sustainability in terms of a project of economic development. So thank you very much.
Well, as the coordinator of the Structuralist Development Macroeconomics Research Group, I would take the advantage just a moment. I would take the advantage to make my considerations now, because we have a situation that next week on the Brazilian Senate, there will be some public audiences about the constitutional amendment 65, PEC 65, that gives full financial autonomy to the Brazilian Central Bank. What is the status of Brazilian Central Bank today? Brazilian Central Bank today, as it was in 1964, when it was founded by the military regime, is a state institution. Okay? If you define or want to define what is state law, state had two basic prerogatives: the monopoly of legitimate violence and the monopoly of issuing money. Okay? That's what defines a state. If the state lost one or both of these prerogatives, the state disappears. For instance, Europe, the European Union is not a state, okay? Because the European Union does not have the right or the monopoly to the use of legitimate violence, neither the monopoly of issuing money. The monopoly of issuing money is given to us in a central bank that basically no country of the European Union controls. Well, what this proposal, our constitutional amendment 65, tries to do is to transform the Brazilian Central Bank in a state-owned enterprise with its own budget, with autonomy, including to setting the wages of the board of directors according to what they want to do. This is a piece of the destruction of the Brazilian state that began many years ago with Temer administration, with Bolsonaro administration, and is conducted by the man that is appointed by the former President Bolsonaro to be the chairman of the Brazilian Central Bank. During his mandate in Bolsonaro government, the National Congress approved the first, for the first time, the formal autonomy of the central bank, in the sense that the chairman and the board of directors had a fixed mandate. The idea, according to the conventional mainstream literature that we know, neoclassical economists, Plosser and that people, is that independence of central bank was necessary to deal with the problem of dynamic inconsistency of discretionary monetary policy. Well, translating to the political debate, the idea of to have a chairman and the board of directors that are protected by against the discretionary fire by the government, is that if we give this power to the chairman and the board of directors, then this will prevent political influence over the monetary policy. This will prevent the political business cycle, you know, to reduce the interest rate just before the elections and then after the elections to raise the interest rate. That was the basic argument. Okay. President Lula was the first, not only the first president, but as the first head of Brazilian state since the arrival of Portuguese royal family in Brazil in 1808 that cannot appoint the chairman of the monetary authority in the beginning of his mandate. All head of states, King John VI, Emperor Peter I, Emperor Peter II, and all other presidents until Bolsonaro had the power to appoint the president of the monetary authority. Okay, the monetary authority before 1964 was not the Brazilian Central Bank, was Bank of Brazil, is another story. But the fact, the historical fact, is that which include the time that Brazil was a monarchy, had the power to appoint the chairman of the monetary authority. The only case in our 200 years of independent nation that this is not the case was Lula third term. So I think this is a kind of cup against democracy. Technocrats believe that the people have to be protected against themselves. The majority of people elected Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva as president to appoint the president of an institution of the state, which is the Brazilian Central Bank, was denied to him until December of this year. December of this year, Lula can relieve Roberto Campos Neto and appoint another person, can be a man or a woman. Why not a woman? There is no woman in the board of the directors of the Brazilian Central Bank. Why not? Only men can be a woman. But only on December, Lula can have the power to relieve Roberto Campos Neto and make another choice. And coincidence or not, I think not, this constitutional amendment is being discussed just in the year that President Lula can appoint a new chairman for the Brazilian Central Bank. As Giulio, you told in Italy, se non è vero è trovato. Se non è vero è trovato. If it's not true, it's likely in Italian. How do you say that? Well, it should have that exist. Well, okay. Se non è vero è trovato. Se non è vero è trovato. Okay, but does not matter. Okay, but it's too much coincidence there is the evidence of vested interests in the discussion of this 65 or Constitutional Amendment 65. That's my first remark. The second remark, I told this yesterday, is that we need to change the institutional arrangement of the inflation targeting regime. The inflation targeting regime was adopted in Brazil in the middle of 1999. Since the adoption of the inflation targeting regime, our average rate of inflation was 6% per year. But now our target inflation is just 3%. For me, makes no sense to try to achieve a target that your historical experience or simply can't able to do it. Maybe you can discuss why Brazil, after 25 years of inflation targeting, had an inflation of 6%, not a lower rate, 5, 4, 3. We can discuss that. I have my own explanations for that. I told yesterday, and Julio, after asked me about that in the dinner, that is the continuous indexation of the Brazilian economy. The fact, and I'm told, telling historical fact, is that the real plan did not eliminate indexation of the Brazilian economy, just short-run indexation, but not indexation of long-term contracts. The remaining indexation of long-term contracts make inflation less sensitive to changes in interest rate because it increases inflation inertia. So a more realistic target for inflation in Brazil will be a median target of 4 to 5% per year. The next is the fiscal issue. The Brazilian and the financial system are always saying that Brazil is nearby a fiscal black hole, that the situation of the public accounts, of fiscal deficit, the public debt is so bad that in just few months or in the next year, Brazil will fall in a black hole, and something very bad will happen. You can imagine if you fall in a black hole. Well, since what I know from black holes is that the first thing that will occur to a human being that fall in a black hole, that he will become an spaghetti, you know? That spaghettification is the first effect of a black hole over human body. But the question is, when we compare Brazil with other countries, Italy, Spain, France, United States, we had a much lower public debt to GDP. Nowadays, our gross public debt to GDP is more or less about 75%. If we consider the net public debt, discounting the international reserves, we have 55% of public debt to GDP. It's not a monster behind the bed. It's a very reasonable numbers and much better than the European countries or even the United States. Okay, and more important, you can look to the market. What the market, international market, says about Brazilian public debt. You can see it in prices. If you, for instance, look for emerging market bond index plus for JP Morgan, we can see that the country risk premium as calculated by the markets, which is on says that the country risk premium of Brazil is just 150 points above the same bonds of the same kind of US bonds. 150 base points is too low. Argentina has 10 times more than us. Turkey, 5-6 times more. So the markets, the financial markets, the international financial markets, not the Brazilian financial markets, are telling to us, putting money, that Brazil was not a risk country on fiscal terms. My fourth comment regards reindustrialization, and I will take the benefit of Fabrizio Missio's presentation. Yes, we agree that premature deindustrialization of the Brazilian economy was a big problem. We need to industrialize, but the question is how. Last year, in an event on the Library of the Senate, I have the opportunity to talk with just 2 minutes with the Vice President, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. I talked to him 3 things, Mr. Vice President. Goals, targets, instruments. Is the basic of the basics of economic planning since Jan Tinbergen book. You need to define goals, you need to define targets, and you have to be a very clear idea of what are the instruments that you can use to reach targets and how targets are connected with goals. It's so simple as that. As Fabrizio have shown to us, the so-called new industrial Brazilian, or new industrial policy, new industrial Brazilian policy has nothing about that. Has no goals, no targets, no instruments. Quoting Seneca, if a person does not know for which port she or he will goes, all winds will be unfavorable. That's precisely the case of Brazilian industrial policy. We have not a clue to what harbor we want to go. If we do not have a clue of what harbor we want to go, all winds will be unfavorable. Thank you very much. Who want? Okay, Chiara, please.
Professor Oreiro, for inviting me to participate to this important conference. I appreciate your suggestion of this morning for reversing the industrialization process. Now, Brazil needs to have strategies focused on the mitigation of the climate change and industrialization. And for me, this is possible through a plan that I suggest from the CEPAL, stimulate investment in the circular economy practices, the application of circular economy practices, because they allow for stimulate industrialization because improve resource efficiency, reduce production costs, increase the international competitiveness. But also, as suggested by Professor Missio, if you want to invert the industrialization process, we have to come back to the basics. And the basics is not only the energy sector, the transport sector, but also the agricultural sector for Brazil. Because if you see the composition of the Brazilian GDP, agricultural activity grow about 50% to 2023. So they have to invest in circular economy, particularly in the introduction of innovative technology in the agricultural sector. Because how to also to resolve the problem of deforestation, no? That is important for the Amazon forest because it's one of the most important carbon sinks on our planet. And for example, my suggestion is introduce incentive now for sustaining the research and development and implementation of this type of technology, such as the agri-tech project that is part of the European Green Deal that is involved our university, for stimulate cooperation and development of this technology.
So I'd like to thank Orero for inviting me to be here. I also like to thank I have the opportunity to meet and to talk with the other invited person that was really great, and people that are listening to us and seeing us in the YouTube cannot make this. How good was this 2 or 3 days that we could talk and could learn with each other, and was really nice to be here and these days. I try to, I'll be short, but we were living in a changing world. A really important change that is happening here, that you have this dispute between the United States and China, between what we call Occidental world, that is losing its ability to grow, is losing its ability to lead the world. The world is changing. Now you have China, India, and the so-called underdeveloped world are going political and economic space. And an important question is, what will be the role of Brazil in this new international contest? Around because Brazilian economy, the BRICS, the B is losing power. The main reason is the reduced growth rate of the Brazilian economy. Brazil used to grow around 7% per year between the end of the Second World War until the end of the 70s. From 1980 until last year, Brazilian economic growth was just 2.2% per year. Brazil cannot grow, and Latin America as a whole must grow at higher rates. Then you have to grow faster. But the world is changing also in another important perspective. What you call neoliberalism is that, what we're living now is the end of neoliberalism. But in Brazil, in Latin America, is well alive. They just talk about what they are trying to do now in the Brazilian Congress, that making the Brazilian central bank completely independent of the democratic.
It will be the fourth power, executive, legislative, judiciary, and the central bank.
Yes, it is. Make the central bank the central bank will not answer to the democratic vote of the Brazilian population. Then neoliberalism is dead, as I was saying, and Trump with MAGA, Make America Great Again, is the proof that neoliberalism is dead. The United States is pursuing a strong developmentalist policy since it started with Trump, and Biden is doing with a lot of economic policy that Biden is adopting now in the United States. But importance thing is, for example, another example is the industrial policy that is back to debate in the United States, in Europe. And Brazil must get rid of the neoliberal institutions that are one of the main factors that make the Brazilian economy to grow at this low pace. Brazil has to adopt a national program of development with targets. Brazil must grow at Brazilian GDP must grow at least 4% per year. We have to have social targets, and you have to have environmental targets. You have to go back to a developmentalist approach, sure, with capable to answer the questions of the 21st century, to put Brazil and America, like Latin America, to play an important role in this new international world that is in front of us. Any state must be capable again of doing a series of economic policies capable to generate this 4% growth annually. Among these are the adoption of fiscal reform, change the monetary policy. Brazil has to be able to make Brazil is like a continent. It's a big country. Brazil must have a regional economic policy for the states to be able, local states, to be able to have its own developmental policy that is linked to national policy. For example, poverty in Brazil is concentrated in the Northeast and the North state. How we can reach these people? One of the main problems that the Brazilian population faces is the quality of their house. A lot of, for example, if you go to Rio, we're shocked for two things. Rio is a beautiful city. And favelas are all around of the city of Rio de Janeiro. How Brazil can have economic policy and have policies able to solve these problems. They're central for people to have a better life. Can do that. And Brazil must have a new set of public enterprise. It is one important thing that I don't see the heterodox community speaking a lot. Just don't speak. But it's necessary for the heterodox community to speak about the role of public enterprise in the process of development. Can think in another way, but we can discuss how which sector this new set of public enterprise will be. And energy production can be, no, you can think about, you can discuss, but also can discuss how this new set of public enterprise will be governed. On an important debate on the left, in the trucks community, and among the Indian politicians, how, for example, Petrobras is managed. Petrobras must be managed by the Brazilian population in a democratic way, not by BlackRock. And Brazil and the world is an important threat. But we cannot forget the price of neoliberalism brought the extreme right. One of the key factors that the extreme right is growing, mainly in the Occidental world, is the reduced growth rate and the improvement of the life of the people. I spent 6 months in England. All my attention is that you can see the cities that the people lived in the past much better than I live in now. It was on the key reason why the extreme right is growing worldwide, mainly in the Occidental world, and is putting democracy to party. And my key message is that Brazil, not only Brazil, but the Occidental world must abandon neoliberalism and must adopt a new way of growth that is more democratic, more inclusive, that respect the environmental questions and respect difference between countries. For example, the Ukrainian war is a change. Why you cannot stop the Ukrainian war? We start a new way for the countries to because it's difference between each other. We are living a very interesting world, but at the same time, we are living a very dangerous time. What would be the future? But us, democratic people that want to change the world in a democratic, in a better way, you have to do something. Our talks and the presentations and our talk with these days that we get together, we talk a lot of times about how to do that. I had two very good days that I will keep in mind in the next months. Thank you for inviting me.
Now the ambassador.
Thank you to everyone. I thank to José Luis for the invitation. It was a pleasure, but also a pleasure because I met old friend, but also new friends, and was a very good moment. And also is for me an honor here, because I think it's very interesting to analyze and to speak about economic science development, also from the global South perspective. It's important also for Europe to receive, and also for me, for the European political economy, to receive new stimulation from the global South. Otherwise, sometimes the context is very sad because it's not ambitious, only focus on very standard target and not want to change and not have the ambitions to change and transform also the economic science. And then this kind of energy I would like to transfer. Some point about not suggestion but some comment about the green big push that tunnel through which an ecological transition. The main point of the green big push is the complementarities, but there are many complementarities. The first could be the complementarities between international institutions and international context. With respect to the Amazon. Amazon could give sort of bargain power, because Amazon obviously is a goods, but is also an international public goods that could be put in the table at the international level and say, okay, this is the Amazon. What we can do with Amazon, because Amazon represents the future of the world. That is, for me, is very important to underline this for you. Otherwise, when we speak about the tragedy of common goods, probably the main tragedy is a cultural tragedy for the people that live in the place where are common goods. That is important for Brazil, I think, to remember this. The second point is about complementarities between politics and society and university. We always speak about what politics have to do, society have to do, but what university have to do. I think this is an important point, because university and social sciences have to be a sort of civil engagement, because social science speak about the life of people and about the very important goals for the life of people that we have about our civil engagement. It's not only ideas, but ideas to improve life. That which is our goals as university. I don't know in Brazil which is the situation. There is a novelty in these years about the so-called third mission. No, we have the Italian ministry evaluate university for teaching, for research, but also for the third mission. Third mission means all kind of social engagement of the university in terms of relation with the society, with the firms in general. And this is important, this point, because stimulate the university to speak, to interact with society, to create project. No? This is not a general sentiment, but there are some parameters, and that department are evaluated also for this aspect. But this can stimulate. I don't know in Brazil which is the situation, but could be, according to me, is important if we speak about ecological transition, just transition, to ask in the academic community, what is the role of academic community in this process? Another point is about the complementarity between public and private. It's important to involve firms in all kinds of ways. It's important that in this process, the presence of firms, of trade unions, I don't know, for instance, which is here the situation, no? But in the debate, probably in some, there could be conference with journalists, with politicians, with association of firms, of trade unions. Otherwise impossible, I think, to have an ecological transition without this kind of different social interest. that there are conflicts, but it's important to put in the table different interests. Another point is about complementarity between policies. This is another point. No, it's not possible to have green fiscal policies without industrial policies or without a current monetary policies. For instance, why private bank can include in the requirement for the loans some green parameters. Is a practical way to stimulate enterprise to change something. No? And also it's impossible to have a ministry that work in a separate way. The problem, I think, around the world, but for ecological transition, it's impossible to have different system very closed. Another point is about the complementarity between different levels of institutions. No? Here there is the state institution. There is, for the ecological transition, the multi-level governance is fundamental. It's fundamental because there is, okay, there is a local preference, and local preference represent what citizens want, but also local citizens, local people also have the local information about the problems that local institution can provide preference of the citizens and also information about the problems. But at the same time, I think when you go down in the hierarchy of institution, I don't know here, but in Italy it's very common, the competence decrease. And this is a problem that central institution can provide competence. Firstly, no, our experience is about the National Plan of Resilience. Plan of Resilience has all kind of policies in Europe, have a goals, have a target, and also have a project. No project, no money. Okay, but these projects are about region, but also about little town. But this little town could be able to present a project. And sometimes, no, there is some indicators, no, about the capacity of production of the resource. And this level is not 100%, but low. Why? Because in some cases, there are not local institutions that are able to present projects. That this is important, this kind of interaction. And another problem that multi-level governance can solve is the aggregation of information. If you go down in the multi-level governance, multi-level institution, at the very local, you have local information, but this local information is disaggregate. Everyone know a little about only his work or his very little place, and probably he conflict with the other. That the second point about the central institution is to create partnership and table to aggregate information. Sometimes, no, we say that there are two persons in conflict. This person needs an external agent that can create the solution. Another point. Then without money or very few money, you can solve some problems only because arrive a federal institution in the territory and can harmonize the very conflict of interest at the local level. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Giulio. Well, before ending this workshop, I have some acknowledgements to make. Many people helps for this workshop to occur. The first person that I want to acknowledge is my PhD student, Daniel Moura, Oh, my right arm, and for sure his work and contribution was fundamental for this workshop to occur. The second one is my also PhD student, Clayton Feio, that had a tremendous capacity of teamwork, of involving people to help of this workshop. Well, he basically convoked many of his friends to be here. Marcia, I do not remember your name, Fabio, and many others that are not here but are on their homes and driving the online event. So it's absolutely important, their contribution, that I really, really thank you. Of course, I also have to acknowledge the financial support, first from the Federal Council of Economics, on the person of his president, Paulo Dantas, that was fundamental to funding the air ticket of José Antonio Campo, that participated on the open section of this workshop, as well as the financial support of the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development, CNPq, which from a grant that was conceded to me last year, made this workshop to occur in effective terms. Well, the idea of this last section is to write the letter of Brasilia. Daniel will write a first version, then I will make my interventions, and after that I will send to all of you to give your contributions and we will prepare a final document that I will send to the press. I will try to publish as a small article at Valor Econômico with the main contributions, with all of us as authors, but send also to the president, to the vice president of the Republic, and to the finance minister, Fernando Haddad. And I think that these considerations are of fundamental importance for us. Remembering that every person that made a speech as a lecture or participate in a special section are invited to write a paper for the special issue of Paolo Silus Labini quarterly review, arranged with Giulio Guarini and Carlo Di Politi. Carlo Di Politi is the editor of PSL Quarterly Review, to publish a special issue of the articles that we presented here at this workshop, and the people that sent articles for the ordinary sections also are invited to send papers, not for PSL Quarterly Review, but to another two journals, one from the University of Santa Maria, that will also publish papers from this workshop. So I think this was a great success. Unfortunately, due to the strike of professors, we had a little participation of students. I think also that many of them can see by the internet, because everything is recorded and can be seen at any time. But I'm very happy of this success. And maybe this is last year of the workshop here in the University of Brasilia. Giulio talked me about the possibility of doing it in Italy, can see, but even if it was not in Italy, this is the last time that this workshop occurred here in the University of Brasilia. I'm thinking in other possibilities, maybe in a good city near the beach. Maceió is a possibility. for the next year workshop. But this being said, many thanks and see you in 2025. I just forgot, but tonight at 8 p.m., we will have a confraternization party at Apulia Pizzeria at the South Wing in Super Block 113. Okay, and the now is Adamir Marchetti, because I have to send to deliver Fabrizio Missiu at the airport. Okay. See you at the.